Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are watching live from Sharm El Sheikh, the start of the second day. Yesterday, it was the procedural sessions in which Egypt received the presidency of COP27. COP27 is attracting and gathering more than 30,000 delegates coming from all over the world. From Sharm El Sheikh, we are going to follow up minute by minute all the activities of COP27.
من قلب أيقونة السلام مدينة شرم الشيخ نتحدث إليكم عن تفاصيل الحدث العظيم الذي تستضيفه مصر كوب 27. استعدادات على مدى شهور ليخرج الحدث بالشكل الذي يليق بمصر ومكانتها في العالم. هذه النسخة من كوب ستكون قمة التنفيذ، لذلك جاء شعارها معاً للتنفيذ Together for Implementation. العالم بتتجه أنظاره لمصر ودورها الكبير في تنظيم قمة هي الأهم لمستقبل وحياة الإنسان على الأرض، وهي قمة المناخ، وخاصة بعد صدور رسائل تحذيرية من منظمة الصحة العالمية بخصوص الآثار السلبية لتغيرات المناخ.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we are watching from Sharm El Sheikh. Live footages. Sharm El Sheikh is receiving 30,000 delegates. COP27.
هذه قمة الانتقال من الوعود والتعهدات إلى العمل على أرض الواقع. هذه قمة تليق بمصر وبشعبها، بحضاراتها وتاريخها وبجمهوريتها الجديدة.
هنا أرض السلام، شرم الشيخ، حيث لا صوت يعلو فوق صوت شعار قمة المناخ كوب 27 معاً للتنفيذ. هنا سيلتقي العالم ليواجه خطر التغيرات المناخية التي باتت تشكل تهديداً حقيقياً لوجود البشر على الأرض. منذ أن تم الإعلان عن استضافة شرم الشيخ
Since Egypt announced that it's going to host COP27, Sharm El Sheikh witnessed a lot of activities. It turned to be a green city. Sharm El Sheikh, the resort is the city of peace, and now it's receiving delegates from all over the world. Sharm El Sheikh, a piece of land affiliated to Sinai. Sinai, this valuable dear part of Egypt. Sharm El Sheikh, the city of peace. Now all eyes are focusing on Sharm El Sheikh hosting COP27. Sharm El Sheikh is famous for receiving gatherings and hosting international important summits and conferences. Now, COP27 is last but not least in a long list of conferences in which world leaders and presidents came to share, to participate, and to study important files for mankind. Here it's COP27. The 27th UN Climate Change Conference, COP27. COP27 summit comes at a very sensitive time in which the world is exposed to dangers and unprecedented challenges affecting the survival of our planet and our ability to live on it. All the preparations ahead of COP27, they were made according to the latest and the highest international levels. Egypt is looking forward to the conference's exit from the stage of promises to the stage of implementation, with tangible measures on the ground, building on the foregoing, particularly the outcomes of Glasgow Summit in Paris and the Paris Agreement. We are sending a lot of messages from Sharm El Sheikh from COP27. The importance of trees, the oxygen of planet Earth. We are working for the sake of humanity at large. We are working for peace, for coexistence, for tolerance. From this hall of conference, Egypt is hosting delegates from 197 countries. They are all going to work for the sake of humanity in a very sensitive, critical time. Egypt is fully aware of the responsibility entrusted to it as the COP27 president and is aware that the peoples around the world are looking forward to tangible results that contribute to bringing about real change on the ground and helps move them from the stage of negotiations and announcing pledges to the stage of practical implementation on all levels to attain the goals of the Paris Agreement. We are here to implement on the grounds the results of this important gathering. Here we are welcoming you from the green and blue zones, zones created for hosting COP27 delegates, our top guests who came from all over the world to share, to participate here in Sharm El Sheikh. Sharm El Sheikh is going to witness important sessions to take decisive decisions for the sake of humanity, for the sake of mankind. Yes, for practical procedures to be implemented on the ground.
أهلا بكم مشاهدينا الكرام.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
جلسات قمة المناخ. كل الأنظار تتجه
All eyes are focusing on Sharm El Sheikh, the city of peace,
وهي في ثوبها الأخضر بعد
in its green new image.
تتحول إلى مدينة خضراء صديقة للبيئة.
Sharm El Sheikh turned to be an environmentally friendly Red Sea resort, hosting thousands of delegates coming from all over the world to participate in the COP27.
يمكن مشاهدينا الكرام مستعدة وبشكل كبير.
Sharm El Sheikh is totally ready to receive all the top guests, the world leaders, the heads of governments, the volunteers, those who are keen to participate, to share in COP27 for the sake of humanity. Here we are announcing the slogan of this COP27. It's for practical results on the ground. It's to implement what we are going to agree on. Far from negotiations and from pledges, we are going to take decisive decisions and to implement them on the ground for the sake of humanity. COP27 sets human needs at the heart of climate change. The conference's thematic program will be dedicated to discussions of energy, water, agriculture, and biodiversity. All the negotiations are going to take place, tackling all those fundamental issues.
تلقي بظلالها على كل دول العالم ليس فقط على الدول الفقيرة أو حتى
The governments or representatives are going to focus on three critical areas at COP27. The first is a transformational shift to implementation of the Paris Agreement and putting negotiations into concrete actions. The conference focuses also on several important points, particularly the need to accelerate climate funding for developing nations, particularly African countries. Of course, Egypt is representing in this edition of the COP of the UN climate change. It's dubbed Africa COP. Africa is the least sharing in this emissions issue, but unfortunately is exposed to more dangers because of the carbon emissions, and also to maintain and to preserve the temperature of our planet Earth to be stable at 1.5 degrees Celsius is one of the main targets and aims of this conference.
رئاسة مصر لكوب 27 هو تخفيف آثار التغير المناخي والتكيف مع آثار التغير المناخي.
to host this
مسألة التكيف ودائما
summit to this conference COP27 to represent Africa and to send very important messages to the whole world regarding the dangers and the challenges we are all facing. It's about planet Earth, it's about humanity, it's not about a certain people or a certain area. It's about all of us, and it's about the coming generations. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the day of implementation. This is the slogan of COP27, implementation of climate commitments. This is going to be for the best interest of everyone, of every people. Here, all the participants are going to focus on the three tracks during the two-week summit: the transition from the negotiation stage to that of tangible action, the provision of climate finance to achieve the Paris Accord goals, and reinforcing the principle of transparency and environmental reliability. Of course, there are several obstacles on the way to solve the climate change problem or crisis. Climate change-related efforts over the past decades were remarkably polarized, which has slowed down the progress of the negotiations, and the current mobilization efforts have raised many concerns that $100 billion a year pledged has not yet been honored. Here, it's not a luxury anymore. It's a must to change this approach to the existential threat. We all have to work together, to work honestly, and to listen to one another and to the concerns of other parties and understand them. We also have to work to reach very radical solutions and to implement them on the ground. The climate incidents that have impacted several areas worldwide, most recently in the floods in Pakistan, for example, as well as in Africa and European countries, in addition to Latin America. So all the participants here are going to work not only for their peoples, but they are going to work for planet Earth, for humanity at large. Also, there is a big necessity of participation of the non-state actors, including private sector, banks, international finance institutions, civil society, youth associations, for the sake of an efficient implementation of pledges and commitments. One of the main goals of the COP27 is to keep the 1.5-degree goal within reach. There is an important role that finance should play in the COP. Finance makes or breaks the progress of the program ahead of us, and it's a must to confess that.
مشاهدينا الكرام وصل الآن السيد الرئيس
Ladies and gentlemen, President
رئيس
Abdel Fattah
الجمهورية
al-Sisi arrived to the conference hall to start officially the sessions of the COP27. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are watching the arrival of President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi to the conference hall, to the Capital Hall in Sharm El Sheikh.
إذا مشاهدينا الكرام كنا نتابع مع حضراتكم الآن لحظة وصول السيد الرئيس عبد الفتاح السيسي رئيس الجمهورية إلى قاعة المؤتمرات طبعا لاستقبال
Ladies and gentlemen, we were just watching the arrival of President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi to the conference hall to attend and to inaugurate, to be accurate, the official sessions of the COP27. President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi is going to receive a number of world leaders who are keen to come to participate in the COP27 to discuss a number of issues related to this vital issue, to this vital challenge that is facing the whole world. All the issues related to the climate change issue. The conference is really focusing on several important points, particularly the need to accelerate the climate funding for developing nations, particularly African countries, as Egypt is representing Africa. Also, we are watching the arrival of the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres to the conference hall in Sharm El Sheikh, of course, to participate in the COP27. We are watching the arrival of Antonio Guterres to the hall. We are going to follow up minute by minute the arrival of world leaders and the top figures to attend the COP27 conference.
من المنتظر بعد وصول السيد الرئيس عبد الفتاح السيسي رئيس جمهورية مصر العربية والأمين العام للأمم المتحدة أنطونيو غوتيريش لمقر قاعة المؤتمرات الكبرى، ينتظر بعد قليل وصول عدد كبير من الزعماء والرؤساء والملوك
After the arrival of President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi and the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, we are about to receive a number of world leaders and heads of governments to participate in the COP27 sessions and activities which are about to start. Of course, there is going to be a photo op for all the world leaders who came to Sharm El Sheikh to share. And of course, after that, we are going to witness the start of the official sessions and the official discussions, the roundtable discussions, which are going to continue for the coming 12 days till the 18th of November to discuss and in detail every aspect of the climate change issue. And the discussions are going to continue all over the day among different parties, among world leaders, heads of governments, banks, financial institutions, researchers, NGOs, representatives, all those, as Egypt is going to receive from 30 to 40,000 participants expected to attend Sharm El Sheikh Climate Implementation Summit, thematic days, flagship initiatives, the Green Zone activities. We are set to engage with climate and other overlapping global challenges. Yesterday, it was the procedural session as Egypt received the presidency of the COP27. During this procedural session of the conference, British President of COP26, Alok Sharma, called on the attendees to elect Foreign Minister Shukri to become the president of the conference's 27th round, and this is exactly what happened. Shukri had sent many messages through his inaugural speech as the president of climate change. He noted that the past few years witnessed a rising awareness regarding climate change as efforts must be intensifying to address the cause, adding that the joint aim of all participants was a better life for millions of people for the coming generations. Also, Shukri said that one of the main targets is keeping the 1.5 degrees Celsius as the temperature of planet Earth. And this is not going to be implemented on the ground except via full cooperation and coordination among the different parties. And here the cooperation and coordination is going also to be reflected on the ground with the full finance from the richer economies to the developed nations who were suffering a lot under the umbrella of climate change issues. Despite the fact that they are the least participating in carbon emissions, they are under pressure with all the negative repercussions of climate change. Simply, the hosting of COP27 really reflecting the trust of the whole world to Egypt. COP27 tackles one of the most important issues in the world, including climate change, losing biological diversity, and pollution.
شكرا محمود. يمكن منذ تولي السيد رئيس عبد الفتاح السيسي رئاسة الجمهورية ومصر تبذل جهود حثيثة طبعا.
Egypt is exerting the utmost efforts since President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi assumed power. One of the most important files he made in front of him, and it was very much clear that our political leadership is keen to continue with boosting renewable energy, green energy, and to take into consideration that this is the future of energy. The whole world is suffering from an energy crisis right now, but we started earlier, even before the COVID-19 issue, before the Russian-Ukrainian conflict. We started to take into consideration that renewable energy should be on our priorities. The head of state said earlier that he is looking forward for the inauguration of the summit, adding that the current session of the climate summit comes at a very sensitive and critical time in which our world is exposed to existential threats and unprecedented challenges. There is no doubt that these dangers and challenges require quick action by all countries to develop a roadmap to rescue, protect the world from the effects of climate change. Well, in Paris 2015, the world reached a very decisive turning point, and we are going to build on what was reached in Paris 2015 to help the developing countries to cross over and to alleviate their sufferings regarding the negative repercussions of climate change on their lands. Egypt is looking forward to the conference to go from the promises stage to implementation with concrete measures building on the foregoing, particularly the outcomes of the Paris Agreement and the Glasgow Summit, which took place last year. The climate change issues is on the top of the agenda of talks in many occasions, and this is going to be very much clear in all these sessions, particularly the starting official sessions of the COP27, which are going to take place with the attendance of world leaders coming from all over the world. COP27, as I said, it's really reflecting the trust and confidence of the whole world in Egypt's ability to host such historical events. COP27 will be the world's watershed moment on climate action. Raising ambition and urgent implementation is indispensable for addressing the climate crisis. This includes cutting and removing emissions faster and wider scope of economic sectors to protect humanity from more severe adverse climate impacts and devastating loss and damage. Several of the topics are going to be discussed, but we are expecting to do more than discussions. As far from doing enough, and the consequences of what's going on, the consequences are affecting the lives and the livelihoods across the globe. Here we are reminding our dear viewers that the forum brings together heads of state, ministers and negotiators, along with climate activists, mayors, civil society representatives and CEOs to deliberate on climate policies and actions aimed at tackling climate challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, we are witnessing all the sessions, all the activities of COP27 in Sharm El Sheikh. We are living minute by minute all what's going on there, and we witnessed just a few minutes ago the arrival of President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi and the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres to participate in the summit.
شكرا لك دانا. وللحديث عن عدد هذه الفعاليات أو أيام الفعاليات وما سيتم في هذه الفعاليات استكمالا
During the two-week summit, a number of files are going to be discussed and a number of sessions are going to tackle important issues related to the COP27 agenda, related to the important files, and to speak in detail about Africa in specific, as this edition of the COP27 is dubbed Africa COP27. Well, there are dangers and challenges which require quick action by all countries to develop a roadmap to rescue, protecting the world from the effects of climate change. And this was very clear in the speech, whether by Foreign Minister Sameh Shoukry, who yesterday received the presidency of COP27 in the procedural session which took place yesterday. Sharma, the president of COP26, which took place in Glasgow last year, delivered this presidency to Foreign Minister Shukri yesterday. Ladies and gentlemen, live from Sharm El Sheikh, we are now watching President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi receiving world leaders who came from all over the world to participate in the COP27, the UN Climate Change Summit, which started with procedural sessions yesterday, and today it's the arrival of world leaders who came to participate in this important convention for the sake of humanity, for the sake of mankind, for the sake of planet Earth. President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi first received UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, and now he's starting to receive other world leaders who begin to arrive to the conference hall, as in few hours from now we are going to witness the inauguration or the first sessions of the important gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, we are watching the arrival of world leaders, and here President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi receives Ahmed Abul Ghait, the Secretary General of the Arab League. President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, along with the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, are receiving world leaders, heads of governments and international organizations who came to or who arrived at the conference hall in Sharm El Sheikh to participate in the COP27.
إذا مشاهدينا الكرام كنا نتابع مع حضراتكم الآن على الهواء مباشرة طبعا لحظات وصول رؤساء دول وحكومات.
We were watching the arrival of some of world leaders who came to attend COP27, and they were received by President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi and the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. They are going to continue, of course, to go to the international conference hall to start the activities of the COP27. COP27 began near the end of this year, which has seen devastating floods and unprecedented heat waves, severe droughts, storms, all unequivocal signs of the unfolding climate emergency. And at the same time, millions of people throughout the world are confronting the impacts of the crises in energy, food, water, cost of living. And here comes the importance of holding the COP27 in this very critical time, as this was exactly the statements which were released by President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi via his social media accounts, as he expressed hope that this summit, this COP27 round, is going to be a turning point in this very important and file, which is really worrying to the whole world. All the world leaders are coming to find solutions and find a way out of this crisis for the sake of humanity at large. Ladies and gentlemen, we are still watching the arrival of a number of world leaders to attend COP27, and they are going to be received by President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi along with UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. Ladies and gentlemen, President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi along with the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres are still receiving world leaders who came to attend COP27. COP27 is going to start its activities officially in few hours from now, as the procedural sessions took place yesterday when Egypt received the presidency of the COP27. The Egyptian COP27 presidency has set out an ambitious vision for this COP that puts human needs at the heart of our global efforts to address climate change. The presidency intends to focus the whole world's attention on key elements that address some of the most fundamental needs of people everywhere, including water security, food security, health, and energy security. Ladies and gentlemen, we are watching the President along with UN Secretary General taking photos with the heads of states, world leaders, heads of governments who arrived in Sharm El Sheikh to attend COP27. They are coming from all over the world, from Africa, from Asia, from Europe, from America, from Latin America. We are going to witness minute by minute the arrival of all those delegates. Egypt is going to receive from 30 to 40,000 guests coming to attend the various sessions and workshops, discussions, roundtable discussions to discuss all about climate change in those 2 weeks between 6th and 18th of November. As we are watching now, this is the head of a state along with the UN Secretary General receiving world leaders, taking photos with them ahead of the official sessions, which are going to take place starting today, and they are going to continue until the 18th of November.
ويستمر وصول عدد كبير من الزعماء وما زالوا يستمرون في الوفود ويتم استقبالهم.
World leaders are continuing to arrive to attend COP27 in the resort of Sharm El Sheikh as President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi along with UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. They are receiving the world leaders who come to attend the COP27 summit earlier. The president received Ahmed Abul Ghid, the General Secretary of the Arab League, Rishi Sunak of Britain, along with a number of world leaders, heads of governments from all over the world, from all continents. Foreign Minister Sameh Shoukry, the president of COP27, said it bluntly in his opening speech, in the procedural session yesterday, that we are gathering this year at a time when global climate action is at watershed moment. Multilateralism is being challenged by geopolitics, spiraling prices, growing financial crises, while several countries battered by the pandemic have barely recovered, and severe depleting climate change-induced disasters are becoming more frequent. Also, the president is going to receive the heads of NGOs, of international organizations and associations, banks, financial institutes, all who are going to come here as different parties. They are all interested in the climate change issue, because this is a crisis or a phenomenon which is facing the whole world, and it requires full coordination and cooperation among all parties to find solutions, practical solutions, and to know or to find a roadmap for implementing the solutions that they are going to reach on the ground, and to take into consideration that it's not a luxury anymore. It's a must to have this fruitful unity between developed and developing countries to find a solution to keep the temperature of our planet Earth at 1.5 degrees for the sake not only of us or for the current generation, but for the coming generations. Just to put an end to all the floods, the landslides, the heavy rains, the drought, the desertification, all the famines, all those phenomenal repercussions of climate change which continue to take place in the past few years, and particularly in 2022 we witnessed all these floods and mudslides, tornadoes, strong storms, droughts, desertifications. It's not only here in Africa, despite the fact that Africa had the lion's share, unfortunately, of all these negative repercussions, but we are not going to skip speaking about the wildfires, for example, which took place in many places worldwide, particularly in Europe, which ended with disruptions of efforts to maintain and to preserve biodiversity. And these were only some examples of what took place in 2022. The summit is taking place by the end of 2022, meaning that we were all witnessing all the repercussions of what was going on. And here we are watching the arrival of Ethiopian Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed, who came also to participate in the important gathering to attend COP27. Here we are watching President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi receiving the Ethiopian Prime Minister. President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, along with UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, are receiving world leaders who arrived in Sharm El Sheikh to attend COP27. COP27 creates a unique opportunity in 2022 for the world to unite, to make multilateralism work by restoring trust and coming together at the highest levels to increase the ambitions and actions in fighting climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, on Nile TV International, we are going to continue to follow up minute by minute the arrival of world leaders, heads of international organizations, and of course the sessions which are going to start in a few hours from now. We are going to follow up and to have on air all the activities, all the roundtable discussions, all the brainstorming discussions which are going to take place, which started already with yesterday's procedural sessions, and which are going to continue till the 18th of November in the City of Peace, in the Green City, in the Ritz Resort of Sharm El Sheikh.
إذا مشاهدينا الكرام، نتابع مع حضراتكم الآن على الهواء مباشرة وصول عدد كبير طبعا من رؤساء الدول والحكومات، ولا يزال طبعا المشاركون يتوافدون من كل.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are still watching the arrival of world leaders, heads of governments and international organizations. President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, along with UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, are still receiving world leaders who arrived at COP27 headquarters to the international conference hall in the Ritz Resort of Sharm El Sheikh.
في قلب مدينة السحر والجمال. ما زال طبعا كما ترون مشاهدينا الكرام المشاركون يتوافدون إلى قاعة المؤتمرات.
This is what we call phenomenal organization. All world leaders are going to participate in COP27 and they are going to enjoy their stay in the Ritz Resort with all the preparations which took place for the past months to be ready for hosting such a historic event. The historic event which started already yesterday with this procedural session, in which Egypt received the presidency of COP27. Well, Monday and Tuesday, they are going to be the 2 days in which world leaders are going to convene to meet together. More than 100 heads of state or government are going to have their meetings in Sharm El Sheikh in this 27th round of the UN climate change. The World Leaders Summit provides all heads of state or government with the opportunity to set the stage for COP27. The 2 days will include Sharm El Sheikh Climate Implementation Summit and will feature important high-level side events. These were some of the statements which were released by the organizing committees. There is full coordination and cooperation among different state bodies to make sure that COP27 in Sharm El Sheikh is going to be a story of success. And of course, it goes without saying that tight security procedures are implemented on the ground for the safety and security of all the participants. Egypt, I'm going to remind you once again that Egypt is going to receive from 30 to 40,000 top guests from all over the world to participate in this important historic summit hosted by Egypt. Egypt has done such a wonderful, big, great homework to be ready to receive such historic event with the participation of, as I said, representatives from at least 190 countries, in addition to banks, financial institutions, NGOs, civil societies, you name it. We are going to witness or to continue with witnessing together all the activities of the COP27, and now it's the arrival of world leaders as they are received by the President, by the UN Secretary General.
إذا مشاهدينا الكرام، وصلت أيضا منذ قليل المفوضية الأوروبية، رئيسة المفوضية الأوروبية أرسولا فون لاين، ويستمر الوفود في الوصول إلى مقر قاعة المؤتمرات الكبرى بشرم الشيخ كوب 27. يعني كما تحدثنا أنه مطلوب من كل هؤلاء الزعماء وكل رؤساء
COP27, President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi along with UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres have just received Ursula von der Leyen, the EU foreign policy chief. She is one of the world leaders who came to participate in the important climate change summit hosted by Egypt. The COP27 presidency will host a series of events from the 6th to the 18th of November, highlighting practical solutions to the challenge of climate change and explore approaches to immediately scale up the implementation of these solutions in key sectors with all stakeholders. Well, this is why you are going to find, in addition to world leaders and heads of governments, heads of international institutions like the IMF, like the EU, many international banks, many African banks, the European Bank for Construction and Development, for example, the African Bank for Development. Those were only two examples of the international banks or the international financial organizations who said earlier that they are going to come to share, to participate and to find solutions for the climate change issue, to participate in financing the projects which aim at reaching this goal to keep or to maintain the 1.5 degrees Celsius as the temperature of our planet Earth, to alleviate the sufferings of all those developing countries and their peoples who still are suffering, who start suffering long ago, to be accurate, and still are suffering from the negative repercussions of climate change on their lands, on the agriculture, on food security, on energy security, on water scarcity, on witnessing floods, on witnessing landslides or storms, tornadoes. Well, all these natural phenomena are increasingly and dangerously continuing to threaten millions of people and to displace millions of people, as what happened during the past few years and particularly in the year 2022.
كل الدول بالتحول الأخضر أو التحرك نحو الاقتصاد الأكثر خضارا. إذا تم الاستثمار الآن في كل المشروعات، إذا تم مثلا في منظومة النقل كما ذكرت دانا
A number of key ministerial and other events around current climate change efforts will take place during the COP27. These include the first ministerial roundtable on pre-2030 ambition and continued discussions on the global stocktake process for countries and stakeholders to see where they are collectively making progress towards meeting the goals of Paris Agreement and where they are not. Well, sustainability is a key word here, and sustainable development is the target and the goal of all world leaders. This is the only way to guarantee that the coming generations are going to lead a just and happy life for all. The word sustainability is going to be raised or is going to be mentioned in many domains and in all aspects during the roundtable discussions and sessions, which are going to start officially today in the Ritz Resort of Sharm El Sheikh in the COP27 conference, which is gathering and attracting world leaders from all over the world. And as we see, ladies and gentlemen, these are the photos taken by the president with the leaders who arrive here in Sharm El Sheikh, here in Egypt, to participate in the conference, of course, along with UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, who is accompanying the president in receiving the world leaders, the presidents, the heads of governments, the heads of international organizations and international bodies we are going to air and to follow up all the activities minute by minute from the Red Sea resort during the days of the conference. The conference already started with procedural sessions yesterday, and the conference activities are going to continue till the 18th of November, inshallah. Well, there are many pavilions, there are many activities. Before going into more details, I should remind our dear viewers that a lot of preparations were taken on the ground, and there were inspection tours by Prime Minister Dr. Mustafa Madbouli along with other top executives to make sure that everything is ready to receive our top guests from all over the world. Well, from the airport of Sharm El Sheikh to a special hospital for emergencies, to the even transportation system. Sharm El Sheikh turned to be a green city. Sharm El Sheikh, the city of peace, now it's a green city. There is the green zone, which was specially made for the conference, and also there is the blue zone. Well, the world leaders who came to participate in this conference, they are going, of course, to study, to have more research, to know more about the details of what's going on regarding the research or the studies released by scientific centers, in addition to taking into consideration that the political leaderships are keen to find practical solutions for the climate change issue. But all those world leaders or guests are going also to enjoy their time in this wonderful city in the Red Sea resort of Sharm El Sheikh, and they are going to return back with unforgettable memories. All those memories are now documented with these activities, with airing all the events taking place on the ground, starting even with the receiving the world leaders who came to participate in COP27. Well, COP27 came at a very critical time when global climate action is at watershed moment. Well, the whole world is really suffering from many global crises, whether for the past 2 or 3 years, even COVID-19 had its repercussions on the whole world, and particularly on global economy, in addition, of course, to the millions of people who lost their lives due to the pandemic. And after that, the Russian-Ukrainian conflict also had its impact on food security, on inflation, on recession, negatives regarding the economy. But here in Sharm El Sheikh, we are going to shed light on this climate change issue, at least to try to find a solution to one of the most important problems or crises that are facing the whole world. Gentlemen, it has been a year since countries and companies announced the new climate pledge in Glasgow. Since then, war and economic disruption on top of a still raging pandemic and increasingly destructive natural disasters have complicated those commitments and arguably made them even more urgent. The latest report from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change underscores that we have very little time left to meet even the upper limit of the Paris Agreement's temperature goals. COP27 is expected to be a working COP, meaning we are likely to see progress, tangible progress on key issues rather than major announcements. But that does not make it any less important. This COP is a chance for countries to take meaningful steps toward tackling the climate crisis and to trust Egypt to host this event. It's really reflecting the position of Egypt worldwide. Egypt is a pioneer. Egypt is playing a positive role in maintaining security and safety not only of its territories but of the Middle East region, of Africa, and now of the planet. We are hosting leaders from all over the world to attend COP27, not only to negotiate or to have dialogues, despite the importance of those two, but still, its implementation. Here in Egypt, we are working to implement what we are going to agree upon for the sake of humanity, for the sake of the whole world, for the sake of planet Earth, of Mother Earth. Ladies and gentlemen, Egypt built its civilization, it's a great civilization thousands of years ago. Here we are continuing on the same path. The path of being a key player regionally, continentally, and internationally. Egypt is back to its real position, a key player. Well, as we are watching now, we are watching the President, along with the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, still receiving world leaders who arrived in Egypt, particularly in the Red Sea resort of Sharm El Sheikh, to attend this historic event, COP27. 3 issues to watch at COP. Finance will be front and center in Sharm El Sheikh. Accountability to commitments made in Glasgow. This is critical. Loss and damage is firmly on the international agenda. All those key players are going to continue with more discussions, but with another target: to implement the results of these discussions on the ground. There is no more time to waste. The whole world is racing against time. We do not want to lose other people. We want to maintain and to preserve the lives of innocents. This is our role, and this is our responsibility. All those world leaders are gathering here for this noble mission. It's not only about the desertification, the agricultural land, despite their importance. It's about mankind. It's about the lives of human beings. And here is Egypt, all the time being a pioneer, feeling this responsibility. Egypt, the mother of the world. Egypt is going to remain the mother of the world, or as we say it, Al-Dunya. Al-Dunya, the mother of the world, is receiving world leaders from all over the globe. It's time to gather here, to continue with discussions for the sake of humanity and to implement. This is the COP of implementation. This is something which is going to be repeated throughout the days of the conference, throughout COP27. COP27, inshallah, is going to be a turning point in fighting climate change and negative repercussions on the whole world. And it's also going to be COP Africa. Africa deserves more attention, deserves more care. Its peoples are very much in need to make sure that they do deserve a better life, and they should work for this better life to be not a dream anymore, but a process going on. Ladies and gentlemen, we are still watching the reception of President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi and UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, two world leaders who arrived in Sharm El Sheikh to attend COP27. The warm reception of the President, two world leaders, is going also to be on top of the headlines of journals or newspapers worldwide. Well, Egypt is part and parcel of Africa. Africa is our strategic depth. Egypt is going to represent Africa more than anything else in COP27, the very first COP to be held on African soil. And there are, of course, brotherly ties that are binding Egypt with its African allies. And this is seen in how the president is receiving his African counterparts, in addition to other world leaders who are coming here to prove that they are going to work positively for the sake of humanity. We do have a noble mission here. Developing countries need finance to adapt to the effects of the climate crisis, decarbonize their economies, and secure sustainable economic development for their populations. A successful COP will see action to mobilize adequate resources for vulnerable countries. Let me repeat, COP will see action to mobilize adequate resources for vulnerable countries. This is exactly the perfect translation of those two words, a noble mission. The noble mission here is to alleviate the sufferings of innocent people. They do not have the luxury of suffering more under the climate change. And as I told you, this warm reception is going to be on top of the newspapers' headlines. President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi is receiving now, along with Antonio Guterres, Emmanuel Macron of France. And with the friendly relations between France and Egypt, it's very clear how the president received his French counterpart. Of course, there were a lot of other meetings which took place between President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi and French President Emmanuel Macron in many occasions. And in many occasions, the Egyptian and French presidents expressed happiness with meeting each other and saying that they do have joint visions regarding a number of issues of mutual concern regarding regional and international files. President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi received, along with the UN Secretary General, a number of world leaders. And last but not least, it was Emmanuel Macron of France. As a first step, developed countries must finally deliver on their commitment to mobilize $100 billion per year from 2020 to 2025 to help developing countries address the climate crisis and set up efforts to provide grant-based finance. Honoring existing commitments is central to restoring and maintaining trust in multilateral efforts to address the climate crisis. World leaders are gathering here to face reality and not anymore to ignore what's happening on the ground, but to fight all the threats, all the dangers humanity deserves, mankind deserves. No more innocent people will lose their lives if we unite our efforts together. If we stop carbon emissions, if we stop using fossil fuel in a way that would destroy Earth, Mother Earth, Mother Nature deserve our care. Developed countries provided or mobilized only 83.3 billion US dollars towards the goal in 2020, with only 34% dedicated to adaptation. Now, we do not have the luxury to continue with the same rhythm. Countries must also engage in ongoing negotiations on an updated collective climate finance goal for after 2025, a priority for Egypt's COP president. Annual climate finance needs are expected to be in the trillions in coming years. Those were some of the statements or the messages which were sent in the speech of Foreign Minister Sameh Shoukry, the president of COP27, after he received the presidency of COP yesterday in the procedural session, which took place also in Sharm El Sheikh. Starting the very first day, yesterday, after the procedural session, a lot of sessions or roundtable discussions took place with the attendance and participation of many of our top guests. As we see on the screen, welcome to the Green Zone. Welcome to New Sharm El Sheikh. Sharm El Sheikh, it's not only sending a message that we are capable of hosting such historic events, but it's only a very simple, small example of the new Republic of Egypt 2030. This is the new Republic. This is the new Egypt. Ladies and gentlemen, we are still watching from Sharm El Sheikh the reception of world leaders who came to attend the COP27. Here, President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi receives Mohammed bin Zayed, the President of the United Arab Emirates. President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, along with UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, are still receiving the world leaders who came to attend the summit. Finance is going to be one of the main goals of Sharm El Sheikh COP27. Beyond the finance goals agreed under the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, it's imperative that countries explore innovative ways to cooperate and to mobilize the scale of public and private finance required, including through just energy transition partnerships, providing support for domestic decarbonization and carbon markets.
حضور كبير ومشرف يليق بمكانة مصر استعدت له الدولة على قدم وساق خلال الأيام الماضية بهدف وضع حلول قابلة للتنفيذ لمواجهة التغيرات المناخية بما يضمن الحياة على كوكب مستقر وآمن.
المشهد هنا أعزائي المشاهدين كما ترون.
The scene here in Sharm El Sheikh is phenomenal. World leaders are coming to watch their flags raised high in Sharm El Sheikh. All eyes are focusing on Sharm El Sheikh, on the discussions which are going to take place during the days of the COP27 summit. The COP27, which is going, inshallah, to be a turning point in preserving the whole world, in protecting the whole world from the negative repercussions of the climate change. This is a vast and such a big, great participation from the whole world, from world leaders coming to participate in this historic event hosted by Egypt, building on the Just Energy Transition Partnership established with South Africa at COP26 to help phase out coal. G7 leaders have recently announced similar partnerships with Indonesia, India, Senegal and Vietnam. COP27 is such an opportunity to elaborate on these commitments and forge equitable and collaborative solutions for supporting sustainable development. Carbon markets can serve as one more tool in the toolbox to mobilize climate investments in mitigation activities in developing countries. Market integrity and leveraging private finance will both be critical priorities at the COP. Well, Sharm El Sheikh, the city of peace, now turned to be the green resort, the city without pollution. Sharm El Sheikh is going to be a role model for the whole world. Many cities, many even developed countries are going to speak about Sharm El Sheikh as an example, as a role model which they want to follow suit. Sharm El Sheikh turned to be the green city, the green resort, after a number of huge projects which took place on the ground in preparation for the COP27. Sharm El Sheikh is going to remain in the hearts and minds of all the top guests who came here to participate in COP27, and they are going to return back with many memories, memories which are not going to be forgotten that easy. Sharm El Sheikh is going to be an example for Egyptian resorts and cities of the new republic, of the new Egypt. Egypt is introducing itself in this historic event. It's hosting COP27 at the new Egypt, at the new republic. You would see a lot of examples throughout your stay if you are in Sharm, with the green transportation system, the green means of transportation, the accommodation, the organization, the system implemented on the ground, the security procedures taken on the ground to guarantee the safety and security of all the participants, despite the fact that there are tens of thousands. As we said before, Egypt is going to receive from 30 to 40,000 guests from volunteers, world leaders, representatives of international institutions, banks, financial institutions, NGOs, civil societies, from the Arab, African, European, Asian, American states. They are going all to gather here only as human beings, only for the sake of humanity, only for the sake of implementing on the ground their noble mission of maintaining our health, our life, of maintaining our planet, of preserving our planet, of taking consideration that we are all living on one planet, and it's our turn to say thank you to Mother Nature, not to harm our Mother Nature anymore.
أهلا بكم. مشاركة دولية واسعة، هذا ما يمكن أن نطلق عليه في الدقائق السابقة التي شاهدناها في استقبال الرئيس عبد الفتاح السيسي.
In the last few minutes, we witnessed the reception of President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi and UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres to a large number of world leaders and heads of delegations who came to participate in COP27. Well, a number of main issues are going to be discussed. We spoke about finance, and the second, it's going to be accountability. Accountability to commitments made in Glasgow is critical. The energy around keeping 1.5 degrees Celsius alive at COP26 generated a multitude of high-profile pledges from countries and companies on everything from phasing out fossil fuels to cutting methane to ending deforestation. These were some of the very important and main issues which are going to be discussed in important roundtable discussion sessions, workshops, summits among world leaders who started to come today, and they are going to continue to Tuesday, to tomorrow. It's going to be a platform. COP27 is going to be a platform, an important platform for discussing all these issues on the ground and among different parties. The International Energy Agency announced that if all the climate commitments were met, the world could hold the global temperature increase to 1.8 degrees Celsius by the end of the century, closer to where the world needs to be, but still not enough to avert the worst consequences of climate change. Countries and companies must show up in Sharm El Sheikh ability to demonstrate that they can meet and exceed the commitments they made. trade. Focus will also be on companies' progress towards net zero commitments. Thousands of businesses as well as hundreds of financial institutions have joined the UN-backed race to zero campaign. At least one-third of the world's largest public companies have net zero targets. Companies must demonstrate what it means to chart and execute on a credible path to net zero that includes reducing their own emissions, advocating for climate policies, and delivering finance through carbon credits to reduce emissions beyond their value chains. Here, we would remind our viewers that this COP27 is dubbed Africa COP. Well, Africa COP because Africa deserves more attention, deserves more care. Egypt is going to represent Africa. It's the very first time the UN climate change is being held on African soil, and it's on Egyptian soil. Egypt always considers Africa as its strategic depth, and we do know, we realized long ago that the national security of Africa is the national security of Egypt. We are part and parcel of our black continent, and we are going to continue to be all the time defending its causes in international arenas. Climate change issue is one of the big threats, big dangers, and despite the fact that Africa is the least participating in carbon emissions, it's the most exposed to the dangers and negative repercussions of climate change. Here, it's going to be the core of this edition of COP27. Ladies and gentlemen, we are still watching the activities of the climate change. In few minutes from now, the official inauguration of COP27 is going to take place. President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, along with UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, is going to inaugurate the official sessions of COP27. As the head of state, along with the UN Secretary General in the past 90 minutes, they both were receiving world leaders who came to participate in the historic event. The historic event is going to tackle a number of main issues. Last but not least of the issues is loss and damage. Loss and damage is firmly on the international agenda. Community are already experiences loss and damage from the impacts of the climate crisis that cannot be avoided, or they cannot be neglected anymore. Through mitigation or adaptation, this is going to be the solution for what's going on even as we speak. The catastrophic floods in Pakistan this year are just one of the recent examples of the impact the climate crisis has on vulnerable people and countries. And unfortunately, it was the reason of the death of hundreds of people. This is exactly the core, or one of the main elements which are going to be discussed: how to prevent this from happening again, how to prevent the loss of innocent lives. While the precise costs of loss and damage are not known, estimates range from hundreds of billions to trillions in coming decades. At COP26, countries established the Glasgow Dialogue to discuss arrangements for the funding of activities to avert, minimize, and address loss and damage among a broad range of stakeholders. It's therefore encouraging to see initiatives such as the G7 Global Shield to be formally launched at COP27, which aggregates climate risk finance and preparedness activities with the aim of making post-disaster assistance more accessible to vulnerable people and countries. On the first day of COP27, countries agreed to include consideration of loss and damage funding arrangements on the COP agenda for the first time. This air of cooperation and compromise must be carried throughout the negotiations. In addition to the three head-making issues, whether it's finance, accountability, or the loss and damage, countries will seek to make progress on other crucial topics, including the global stocktake, carbon markets under Article 6, and food systems. Food security is going also to be one of the main topics. Unfortunately, the whole world was suffering under the lockdowns which took place for nearly 2 years, with the COVID-19 pandemic starting in Wuhan, China in December 2019. And since February 2022, the whole world woke up on another crisis, which was the Russian-Ukrainian conflict, which is still having its negative impacts on the global economy, recession, inflation, rising prices, hikes, interest rates. All these were prevailing all over the world, and here it's not only about the developing country, also the developed country are suffering. So we do not need more sufferings or more burdens to tackle climate change. To participate in COP27, it's a must. It's not a luxury anymore. It's the rights of the coming generations. Dealing with the vital issues is not a luxury. To coordinate together, it's not a luxury. To deal with the threats like war scarcity, food security, energy crisis, it's not all these crises. It's not a luxury anymore not to face them. It's not a luxury anymore not to cooperate and to unite our efforts together for the sake of our peoples. These are the statements which were released not only by Foreign Minister Sameh Shoukry, the president of COP27, but all these statements were said more than once by President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi in many occasions, last but not least on his social media yesterday, when he hoped that COP27 is going to be a turning point. He said that he cannot wait for the official inauguration of COP27, as world leaders are coming to share and they are coming to participate in all the activities of COP27 according to their roles as world leaders, as responsible for the safety and security of their nations, of their peoples, of trying to guarantee that all their peoples are going to lead healthy and happy lives without being exposed to dangers like floods, like landslides, like storms, all those repercussions of climate change. From Sharm El Sheikh, we are saying that yes for implementation. This is the slogan of this edition of COP27. After the negotiations, after the dialogues, implementing the fruitful results is a must. COP27 is a midway point for the global stocktake under the Paris Agreement. This process is designed to assess countries' collective progress toward achieving the mitigation, adaptation and finance targets outlined in the Paris Agreement. Importantly, it provides an opportunity to identify where and how the world needs to strengthen efforts to combat climate change. Countries and stakeholders will begin the second technical dialogue of the global stocktake in Sharm El Sheikh. To make the most of this process, they should focus on sharing concrete and actionable solutions which would enable stakeholders to learn from each other's experiences, identify nationally relevant based practices, and explore areas to enhance international cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are still watching the arrival of world leaders to Sharm El Sheikh International Conference Hall. President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, along with UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, are still receiving world leaders who just arrived in Sharm El Sheikh to participate in the historic event hosted by Egypt. As we see, there are all the time side talks between the President and the UN Secretary General. Egypt is a key country, is a key player, is a pioneer when it comes to conventions, when it comes to conferences, when it comes to unions who were built, who were formed for the sake of humanity. This is our destiny. This is our fate, to be a pioneer, to be a key player Egypt is back to its position regionally, continentally, and globally. Also, the head of state was keen, and according to the formal procedures, photos are taken with the arrival of the world leaders, the heads of international organizations, the heads of NGOs or the CEOs, all those top guests who arrived in Sharm El Sheikh to participate. We are witnessing, or we are following up, to be accurate, minute by minute their arrival, and we are going to continue with following up all these sessions, all the workshops, or the roundtable discussions, which are going to start officially today, and they are going to continue until the 18th of November in the Green City, in the City of Peace, in the wonderful Ritzy Resort of Sharm El Sheikh. President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, along with the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, received a large number of world leaders, and they are going to continue to receive their remaining group. More than 100 world leaders, presidents, are going to come to Egypt to participate in COP27. Among the top guests, President al-Sisi received the French President Emmanuel Macron. President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi received Mohammed Zayed, the President of the United Arab Emirates, received Abiy Ahmed, the Prime Minister of Ethiopia, received Ursula von der Leyen, the EU Foreign Policy Chief. Well, here we are watching still the arrival of world leaders to participate in COP27. Decisions are expected at COP27 on key details to operationalize carbon market mechanisms under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. This includes elaborating reporting formats and building the infrastructure required to track countries' use of cooperative approaches. A successful COP will ensure that Article 6 is operationalized in a high-integrity, transparent manner and does not exclude the use of high-quality credits from natural climate solutions. Article 6 right could facilitate greater ambition. At COP27, countries will continue efforts to make progress on the Coroneva joint work on agriculture KJWA process established at COP23. The KJWA is the only formal COP mechanism through which agriculture and food security are considered with relation to climate change. Our global food systems are contributing significantly to the climate crisis, with nearly 1/3 of global greenhouse gas emissions coming from the agricultural sector. Food production is also a major cause of land degradation and loss of biodiversity. And we are seeing increases in the number of people suffering from hunger and malnutrition. It's our duty not to continue with that, to put an end to all this, to start a new era of climate change, a new era which is going to be starting with COP27. COP27, inshallah, is going to be a turning point. As I said, a start of a new era.
كنا في استقبال السيد الرئيس عبد الفتاح السيسي والأمين العام للأمم المتحدة أنطونيو غوتيريش لعدد من قادة وزعماء ورؤساء وفود الدول المشاركة في هذا المؤتمر كوب 27.
COP27 and also UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres was receiving the world leaders with President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi. Facing the challenge of the climate change and the global warming is the main challenges that the conference is discussing. The African continent is the least who is affected by the global warming and the climate change. Egypt is always present in all the challenges that are facing the climate change, especially concerning the climate change. We are now facing challenges of the climate change. Egypt is receiving loans in order to face, like other several countries,
مستدامة وبرامج تشجع أو يعني تعمل على تلافي مخاطر التغيرات المناخية.
Avoid the challenges of Prime Minister. Foreign Minister Sameh Shoukry have yesterday received
the فهم يقصدون بطبيعة الحال ما يتعلق بنقص الغذاء وندرة المياه ومواجهة التغيرات المناخية التي تؤثر بشكل مكثف وبشكل مباشر على البشر.
President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi said he was looking forward with pride to the inauguration of the conference of the parties of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change COP27 in Egypt's Red Sea resort of Sharm El Sheikh. Speaking via his official media account, the President expressed hope that the event will come out from the phase of promises to swift results on the ground and also to lay down a roadmap for the climate action. The head of state said that the conference is being held at a very critical time. President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi have also received in Sharm El Sheikh Executive Manager of the International Monetary Fund, Christina Georgievna, and her accompanying delegation. The meeting have tackled means of promoting bilateral ties in light of the cooperation program that was agreed upon lately to resume the Egyptian economic reform plan. And also during the meeting, President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi also welcomed the International Monetary Fund Kristallina's visit to Egypt to participate in the 27th UN Climate Change Conference COP27, and for her part, Kristallina asserted that the international lender is resuming its cooperation and partnership with Egypt to enhance its economic reforms. The United Nations Climate Change Conference have started Sunday with procedural sessions with the key aim of ensuring full implementation of the Paris Agreement. The Egyptian COP27 presidency has set out an ambitious vision for this COP27 that puts human needs at the heart of our global efforts to address climate change. The presidency intends to focus the world's attention on key elements that address some of the most fundamental needs of the people everywhere.
إذن ونحن نتحدث مشاهدينا نلاحظ الآن أيضا
Now we are watching the arrivals of the African leaders to the headquarters of the conference, and they are received by President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi and also UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres and world leaders are arriving one after another in order to participate in the first inaugural session of the COP27 Climate Change Conference that Egypt is receiving. Egypt was keen to receive and host this conference. Next time, United Arab Emirates is going to host this conference. Egypt is cooperating with the developing countries in order to find solution and agreements for the climate change. These negotiations are taking place and yes, we can see now the arrivals of the world leaders who are attending the COP27. President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi is receiving the world leaders. Also, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres is receiving the world leaders attending the COP27, and they have received now around 60 of the world leaders, and another 60 world leaders is to follow. Today they are receiving around 120 world leaders and high-ranking officials, presidents and kings from all around the world.
الفتاح السيسي والأمين العام للأمم المتحدة أنطونيو غوتيريش لقادة وزعماء ورؤساء وفود العالم المشاركين في هذا المؤتمر، المشاركين في كوب 27. كثيرة
is receiving world leaders attending the COP27, the climate change conference that is taking place in Sharm El Sheikh. President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi is attending and honoring the conference of the climate change, and he is receiving the world leaders who are attending the COP27. The developing countries that are suffering from the effect of the climate change and the global warming, and are keen to receive the loans in order to solve its problem. The COP26 Glasgow also took place last year in order to solve and to introduce some solutions for the climate change challenge. The price or the surplus, it's a good chance that all parties are gathering in order to reduce the effect of the climate change and its negative effect and the global warming that the whole world is suffering from. All these issues are going to be high on the agenda of the conference. President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi have received Pakistan President, also UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres was following world leaders
خصوصا التمويل المتعلق بالتكيف ومضاعفة هذا التمويل المتعلق بالتكيف وصولا إلى
Some countries are introducing solutions in order to receive some loans to help them face the effect of the climate change. There would be negotiations and some discussions concerning this until we reach to the outcome or recommendations of the COP27 in Sharm El Sheikh. Also, stability. Yes, stability.
ذات القوة الضعيفة إذا جاز هذا التعبير أو لديها من الهشاشة ما يجعلها غير
Some weak countries are unable to face the challenges of the climate change, and it affects these countries, not like the industrial countries like the China and the United States of America. These developing countries, these countries should help other developing countries.
من قلب قاعة المؤتمرات بمدينة شرم الشيخ تأتي الأهمية البالغة
conference hall in Sharm El Sheikh. We are the Sharm El Sheikh city is receiving and hosting the COP27 that it's and it's discussing the Paris Agreement.
تتضمن اجتماعات الشق الرئاسي رفيع المستوى بحضور رؤساء الدول والحكومات والمشاركين على مدار
The world leaders are on the 7th and 8th of November. There would be roundtables meetings, roundtable meetings that would discuss food, energy, development, investment in energy, climate change, sustainable development in weak societies. The participation of the several countries around the world from Arab and international, all with the aim of facing the negative effect of the climate change. Every day there would be a topic to be discussed during the sessions. On the 10th of November, it would be the Education Day. Also, on the 10th of November would be the Youth Day. On the 12th would be the Agriculture Day. On the 14th of November, they are going to discuss the issue of water and also the social, the civil society. There will be also a day for energy. Biodiversity is going also to be on the 16th of November. And on the 17th of November would be the Day of Solutions. They would gather investors, inventors, and creative people. This is going to raise the picture of Egypt high in its keenness to face and help in finding solutions for the climate change and global warming. Here is Egypt, the land of peace, and the green land, Sharm El Sheikh.
In 5 minutes. Thank you.
السادة الحضور، برجاء الالتزام بالمقاعد. ستبدأ الجلسة الافتتاحية الآن، وشكرا.
Inaugural session is going to start now.
Please remain seated. The opening session will begin now. Thank you.
السادة الحضور، برجاء الالتزام بالمقاعد.
Gentlemen, please be seated. The inaugural session is going to start now.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. The opening session will begin now. Thank you.
إذن مشاهدينا الكرام، نحن الآن في انتظار الصورة التذكارية.
The memorial photo with the President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, the President of the Republic, with the world leaders that are attending the COP27 in the conference hall. After this memorial photo, the opening, the formal opening of the conference, COP27 Climate Change Conference, is going to start. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres and a large number of delegates who are participating, who have came from all around the globe to participate in this conference. This summit that is considered as an exceptional summit. The leaders are going to negotiate and discuss several issues to find resolutions and solutions for the challenge. the conference raises the title of implementation. These countries have been affected by the climate change and negatively affected due to these changes. COP27 encompasses and have a lot to introduce to us. There would be meetings, negotiations among these leaders and the delegates who are participating. Also, this conference of climate change is going to discuss the blue region, in which would discuss several issues. The idea of the just between countries, implementing the Glasgow Agreement last year, and the poor countries who cannot deal and adapt itself with the challenge. Some countries are threatened and have worries concerning the climate change. Not only the poor countries or developing countries, but also the industrial countries. So facing this early is much more better. With the participation of these leaders, world leaders, to face any changes that are going to come in the future before it starts, and putting solutions to all these issues and climate changes. Also, the water issue is going to be discussed during the conference, in which some countries are suffering from, in order to reach a solution in this issue and provide help and support. Also, the sustainable of the societies.
السيد الرئيس عبد الفتاح السيسي رئيس جمهورية مصر العربية وضيوف مصر الكرام.
His Excellency President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, the President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, and Egypt's honorable guests.
السادة الحضور، برجاء الالتزام بالمقاعد. ستبدأ الجلسة الافتتاحية الآن، وشكرا.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. The opening session will begin now. Thank you.
السادة الحضور، برجاء الالتزام بالمقاعد. ستبدأ الجلسة الافتتاحية الآن، وشكرا.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. The opening session will begin now. Thank you.
السادة الحضور، برجاء الالتزام بالمقاعد. ستبدأ الجلسة الافتتاحية الآن، وشكرا.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. The opening session will begin now. Thank you.
COP27 Sharm El Sheikh, Egypt. Together for implementation.
Welcome to Egypt.
Welcome to Egypt.
نورتونا.
Bienvenue en Égypte. أهلا وسهلا.
欢迎来埃及。Bienvenido.
Bienvenue en Égypte.
Bienvenue. Welcome.
Egypt is glad. Добро пожаловать.
نورتوا مصر.
شرفتونا.
تعال عندنا.
欢迎来到埃及。
الحمد لله على السلامة. نورتونا.
أهلا بيكم في مصر. أهلا بيكم.
Welcome to Egypt.
نورتوا مصر. حقيقي نورتوا.
Welcome to Egypt.
شرفتونا. أهلا بيكم في مصر.
Welcome to Egypt. أهلا وسهلا.
Benvenuta in Egitto.
欢迎来到
مرحبتين.
Benvenuto in Egypt. Bienvenue en Égypte.
Bienvenue à Egypte.
L'Égypte vous accueille avec joie.
We are glad you are here.
Welcome to Egypt.
نورتوا مصر. خطوة عزيزة.
أهلا بيكم في مصر.
نورتونا.
Welcome to Egypt.
يا مرحب يا مرحب. شرفتونا. أهلا.
Welcome to Sharm El Sheikh.
Sharm El Sheikh.
Welcome to Egypt.
Welcome to COP27.
To Sharm El Sheikh. Welcome to COP27.
Welcome to Egypt.
أهلا بكم في مصر. Welcome to Egypt. Our distinguished guests, from Egypt, the cradle of civilization, from Sinai, the blessed land, welcome to COP27. من مصر، مهد الحضارة، من أرض سيناء المباركة، نرحب بكم في قمة المناخ 27 المنعقدة في أول مدينة مصرية.
We welcome you to COP27, meeting for the first time in Sharm El Sheikh, the first green city. Ladies and gentlemen, your meeting today, participating in this summit, is testimony to your desire to put an end to climate change, which is affecting life on our planet. We will be pooling our efforts today together for implementation. That's the slogan of this conference. COP27. Let's not forget that we are in many ways the cradle of civilization in Egypt, but also I think we have a brilliant future ahead of us. I'd like to welcome His Excellency Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, President of Egypt.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب الجلالة والفخر.
In the name of Allah, the Merciful, Your Majesties, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to warmly welcome you, every one of you, to Egypt. This country, which I hope you will consider as a second homeland, because we are happy to welcome you on this Egyptian land. We have every intention to work hand in hand with you in all areas, together. Today, we have come together to work on one of the most urgent issues faced by the planet, the issue of climate change. During this conference of parties, the United Nations, from a Convention on Climate Change, coming together during this COP27 held here in Sharm El Sheikh, a city of peace. In fact, the first city in Egypt that has gone through the beginnings of a green transformation. And across the planet, all eyes are on us today as we initiate this most important conference. There are great expectations for high results as millions of people across the world are looking to us. They are hoping for a healthier environment, a cleaner environment, an environment healthier for development, for life, for work, and more respectful of the diminishing resources of this planet, which must become more sustainable. Millions of people across the planet have their gazes turned towards us, as was the case last year. We're talking about women, children, young people, workers, all human beings across this planet. They all share one future, and they all share one goal and one hope, that same hope that we cherish also here. And through the media, people in all countries are watching us. They have thorny, difficult questions and challenges, and we must pose these questions. Are we today closer to the achievement of our goals compared to previous years? Have we faced our responsibilities as leaders of our government, heads of state? Have we faced the challenges of climate change to protect the most vulnerable? These are key, thorny questions, fundamental questions. For example, do we cherish true ambitions to achieve these goals? Can we achieve our goals? Can they be achieved with the goodwill and intentions that we have to achieve those goals that we face due to climate change by pooling our resources? Can we all work together? Do we have any other choice but to bring concrete action together? And so we must respond to the expectations of people across the world, people who are suffering more than ever the consequences of natural catastrophes. The intensity and frequency have never been so severe, and this is true in all four corners of the world. We have seen one catastrophe after another. As soon as we tackle one catastrophe, another arises. Wave after wave of suffering and losses, suffering by billions of people. The planet has become a world of suffering today. Therefore, we must step back and reiterate the question, is it not high time today to put an end to all this suffering? Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, what does the world need today to overcome today's climate change crisis and to implement the content of our agreements and the Paris Agreement? It's something that goes beyond mere words. The people of the world are looking to us today, and they want a rapid, concrete implementation of genuine, physical, practical, concrete actions to reduce emissions, to reinforce the ability to adapt, to guarantee the funding necessary for developing countries who today are suffering more than others the consequences of these crises. It is thus that we compiled the catchphrase of this conference, Together for Implementation, the Climate Implementation Summit, because despite all the challenges that we have faced in past cycles, and despite the challenges that we continue to face, despite the numerous difficulties that challenge and undermine our very ability to implement the Paris Accords, to protect our planet, to ensure that global temperatures do not exceed 2.5 degrees or even 3.5 degrees, despite all of the rays and challenges and difficulties. There are some rays of hope. People do cherish their hopes and place their hopes in humanity, because humanity surely can be just to those who are not responsible for the consequences that are producing so much suffering. Surely humanity can find the elements of new solutions. Surely now there is no more time to hesitate, because every government knows what it must do. Every government must work to the extent of its ability to provide those solutions. And all parts of our society, civil society indeed, contribute. They play key roles. In Egypt, we have established ambitious goals that were set forth in the Egyptian National Strategy for Climate Change, and we are determined to accelerate our transition to green adaptation towards the use of green resources and energy through legislation and new laws, as well as new governmental mechanisms to ensure a full green transformation, to contribute to creating an environment that is more favorable for environment-friendly investment in food, in energy, in agriculture. Egypt is now determined to focus on and increase investment in these key green areas. Egypt wants to see a transition to a green economy with low carbon emissions. And that is what we call for, to move to concrete action that has clear, tangible impact in the field. Otherwise, we cannot meet these challenges. The key elements for our success already exist, but we need to be determined. We need a strong will to go further towards a future where we do not have a temperature increase of more than 1.5 degrees. Now, that is the future that meets the hopes and aspirations of all people. I should also say that we must be frank and honest. We must be aware of our capabilities and what we can do. The international community is able to achieve progress, to achieve the goals laid out in Paris. We must be inspired by the trust placed in us when we came together. It is essential that all parties, all countries, but above all the developing countries on our African continent, their priority must be taken into account. All countries must assume their responsibilities to the degree that they can. We must support the principle of joint but shared responsibility. This will inspire trust in our ability to achieve our goals. Now that trust, that mutual and multilateral trust, will be the best guarantee of our success, the best guarantee of progress and of achieving our goals. And developed countries must do more to ensure that commitments already assumed are met to face climate change and to support our efforts of adaptation and to face the consequences of climate change in the least developed countries and in developing countries. We must ensure that practical roadmaps are implemented towards a green transition. We need to create an environment that is favorable for developing countries and LDCs in order that they can continue those key efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, your presence today here is the best possible proof of the importance that you place on climate change. I hope that this will also translate into coherence between your positions and that we will all come together in agreement around implementation. And today, I invite you to send a message to the world, a clear message that contains clear, concrete measures and actions for implementation. I would ask you to take more measures, to do more action, to clarify how you will reduce emissions and launch new ambitious initiatives which will encourage all stakeholders to release adequate funding and to help and facilitate the implementation of all commitments assumed previously. In Egypt, over the coming days, we will be launching new initiatives and measures. The instructions that you will hand down to your negotiators, I hope, will encourage them to demonstrate flexibility in their work. But more than this, for them to remain mindful of the importance of the results that we all want to see at the end of this conference. I'm talking to you of a realistic spirit, closely linked to the clear ideas of what we can do. And we can do great things. We can be ambitious yet realistic. We can, together, implement the commitments and obligations that we have assumed. And so, from this rostrum, I urge you to become the model that the world hopes for. This will reaffirm our genuine, practical ability to face the challenge of climate change. Climate change will never stop without our intervention. Your Majesty, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our time here is limited, and we must use every second that we have before the debate is closed. But we have enough time to ensure implementation. There is no time to slip back. There is no space for hesitation. For the sake of future generations, here and now, we are facing a unique historical moment, a last chance to meet our responsibilities. Implementation, implementation, implementation. I wish you every success during your work. May Allah be with you.
اسمحوا لي أنا خلصت كلمتي والحقيقة.
Thank you. It is critical that we talk of all of the questions that face us, that we freely discuss with all the leaders of the world these major issues. I note that we have prime ministers, princes, great leaders and heads of state who have come together to discuss critically important issues. But allow me also to talk about another question. Of course, we must act. We are urged to act, and much is expected from us, because crisis shakes the entire world. This is another crisis that I want to talk about, the crisis between Russia and Ukraine. And I would like to urge you, this is a sincere appeal for this war to end. This war must end. Please allow me to say the following. My country is not one of the strongest economically. We suffered greatly from the COVID-19 pandemic. over 2 years. And today we are suffering once again due to this other crisis, this unnecessary war. I imagine, of course, that the entire world is suffering because of the war between Russia and Ukraine. And so I would like to appeal to you. Please, allow me to say this in all respect. This war must stop. This war and the suffering it has caused must finish. This is a sincere appeal. It is not that I want to play a particular role in this affair. But of course, I, like many others, am ready to act to ensure the end of this war, and I am sure that many of you share my opinion. And I believe that all of us believe that we must put an end to this war. And I hope that the spirit of Allah and peace will be with you. Thank you.
شكرا سيادة الرئيس عبد الفتاح السيسي رئيس.
Thank you. You heard the President of Egypt, President Sisi. And now I would like to invite the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres.
President El-Sisi, thank you very much for this wonderful hospitality and for this spectacular organization. COP27, President Shukri, Your Majesties, Excellencies, dear friends. In just days, our planet's population will cross a new threshold. The 8 billionth member of our human family will be born. This milestone puts into perspective what this climate conference is all about. How will we answer when baby 8 billion is old enough to ask, what did you do for our world and for our planet when you had the chance? Excellencies, this UN climate conference is a reminder that the answer is in our hands. And the clock is ticking. We are in the fight of our lives and we are losing. Greenhouse gas emissions keep growing. Global temperatures keep rising. And our planet is fast approaching tipping points that will make climate chaos irreversible. We are on a highway to climate hell with our foot still on the accelerator. The war in Ukraine, other conflicts have caused so much bloodshed and violence and had dramatic impacts all over the world. But we cannot accept that our attention is not focused on climate change. We must, of course, work together to support peace efforts and end the tremendous suffering. But climate change is on a different timeline and a different scale. It is a defining issue of our age. It is the central challenge of our century. It is unacceptable, outrageous, and self-defeating to put it on the back burner. Indeed, many of today's conflicts are linked with growing climate chaos. And the war in Ukraine has exposed the profound risks of our fossil fuel addiction. And today's crisis cannot be an excuse for backsliding or greenwashing. If anything, they are a reason for greater urgency, stronger action, and effective accountability. Excellencies, human activity is the cause of the climate problem. So human action must be the solution. Action to re-establish ambition and action to rebuild trust, especially between North and South. The science is clear. Any hope of limiting temperature rise to 1.5 degrees means achieving global net zero emissions by 2050. But that 1.5 degree goal is on life support and the machines are rattling. We are getting dangerously close to the point of no return. And to avoid that dire fate, all G20 countries must accelerate their transition now in this decade. Developed countries must take the lead, but emerging economies are also critical to bending the global emissions curve. Last year in Glasgow, I called for coalitions of support for high-emitting emerging economies to accelerate the transition from coal towards renewables. We are making progress with the Just Energy Transition partnerships, but much more is needed. And that is why at the beginning of COP27, I'm calling for a historic pact between developed and developing economies, and especially developed and emerging economies, a climate solidarity pact. A pact in which all countries make an extra effort to reduce emissions this decade in line with the 1.5 degree goal. A pact in which wealthier countries and international financial institutions provide financial and technical assistance to help emerging economies speed their own renewable energy transition. A pact to independence on fossil fuels and the building of new coal plants, phasing out coal in OECD countries by 2030 and everywhere else by 2040. A pact that will provide universal, affordable, sustainable energy for all. A pact in which developed and emerging economies unite around a common strategy and combine capacities and resources for the benefit of humankind. The two largest economies, the United States and China, have a particular responsibility to join efforts to make this pact a reality. And this is our only hope of meeting our climate goals. Humanity has a choice: cooperate or perish. It is either a climate solidarity pact or a collective suicide pact. Excellences, nous avons aussi désespérément besoin du
We also need progress in adaptation in order to reinforce our resilience to climate change now and in the future. Today, around 3.5 billion people are living in highly vulnerable countries, vulnerable to climate change. In Glasgow, in developed countries promised to double their contributions between now and 2025. We need a roadmap for implementation also. We need to recognize that this is a first stage. Adaptation resources must exceed 300 million per year by 2030. Half of the climate change funding must be focused on adaptation. International financial institutions and global development banks need to change their economic models, and they need to do their share to boost adaptation models. They must serve as tools to lever more financial resources to serve efforts to fight climate change. Countries and communities must have access to that funding, which must be funneled to key initiatives such as through the Adaptation Pipeline Accelerator.
We must acknowledge a harsh truth. There is no adapting to a growing number of catastrophic events causing enormous suffering around the world. The deadly impacts